Once there, everything comes through. I've heard of such a dreamy place. Do you think my broken wings will heal? Hope so, 'cause I can't fly well. I wonder if this rain will stop one day. Someone's been crying all along. No worries, there's only one road, so I can't get lost. All I have to do is walk. Placed by the name of heaven, the promised land. Everyone is awaiting in a very long line. Placed by the name of heaven, there's a comfort in that. I don't hesitate, just be guided. I wonder how far I have come, and what have I ever done? Alright, well, I'm sure I'll be there soon. All I have to do is walk. Placed by the name of heaven, the promised land. I wonder what was waiting for me. Placed by the name of heaven, there's a comfort in that. I don't hesitate, just be guided. I haven't talked to my heart for a long time. When did I stop flying? Is it the wings that are crying? Placed by the name of heaven, the promised land. Can I find myself again in that life? Placed by the name of heaven, there's a comfort in that. Freedom in my hands means that I can get. Placed by the name of heaven, wings. I'm sorry, I may sacrifice, but I should have known. The name of heaven, I can get out of line now. Freedom in my hands means that I can get more. Freedom in my hands means that I can get lost.
Hello everyone, my name is Notepad Anon and I write games for fun, so what are we doing today? Today, we are unfortunately not going to be writing games. We are unfortunately going to be writing lore for a game. Because I can never escape writing lore, and I don't like writing lore. You may be wondering, Notepad, why don't you like writing lore? I don't like writing lore because I find it kind of dull. Everything must be in service to the funny clicky-clack math rocks. If it's not in service to the funny clicky-clack math rocks, my brain begins to wander. That's the problem. My brain goes to other things. I just don't do this as well. I gotta lock the fuck in. And now, I gotta lock in now, because I said I would get this done by the end of the month. And unfortunately, it's the 21st. Do you know Christmas is in a couple days? I know, wacky. Doesn't feel right. How are we doing? We're doing slurs, all right. Hello, my fellow slurs. How do you do? Also, I'd like to thank Shelving. Yes, Shelving for following. Thank you very much. 444 followers. Feels like we should be doing something funny for this, but I don't have anything fun. So I'm instead going to say, yippee! And that's all you get. You know, people were talking of Ratty Toaster Diaz. People were talking about Lumbago Company in my server, and that is never a good time when Lumbago Company shows up. Never once is it a good thing. Like, that's one of the funniest things. Like, Tony Noomber. Yeah, exactly. It feels like there should be something funny for 444, but there isn't. I'm not a very funny person. My life is a comedy. I myself am not the comedian. But we're gonna do our best, and we're just gonna kind of write and vibe tonight. I've got my coffee. I've got no water, so we'll probably inevitably have to get water. I think I fucked my throat up the other night, so that's fun. Yeah, no, this December has been Notepad just fucks himself up, and I think that's a really good indicator for 2024, to be honest. Notepad Anon fucks his life up at the end. It's great. I love video games. I love being alive. I had my one baller statement, and people now immediately post beer cum. I'm like, God damn. So, effectively, what we need to do is we need to write lore for Cruciform. We need to write a lot of lore for Cruciform, in fact. Why do we need to write lore about Cruciform? Because Cruciform needs its lore, because at its current state of being, it's all there, it just isn't formatted well, right, or really anything. Gonna be perfectly honest, or really anything. Like, this is kind of a shit show. I've been trying to get people to read it, and some people read it, and some people do not. We do have a lot of some gameplay changes in the inane notes and such and things. Quite a few different notes and things that people seem kind of mixed on. So I've been just kind of saying, fuck it, we're lore writing. So, yo, let's get this lore exactly. Hello, RE baby. Let's see. Start of all things, there's Eden. Eden is a idyllic, beautiful, and perfect paradise in which God made all that was right in the world. Adam, later Eve, were to the inherent Eden. God left knowledge, with a promise to never eat from. Of course, God's traitorous son, Lucifer, the morning star, or his new title of Satan, sought to corrupt this perfection. Through manipulation, he tempted Eve to bite into the apple of knowledge to learn what is, was, and will be. Adam and Eve were cast out from the Garden of Eden by Michael's flaming sword, but to many theologians, this was the first sin. To many theologians, this was the first sin. To others, it was intended to happen. God made perfection and placed the most flawed individuals possible in it. Lucifer, wrapped up in his own ego, fell into God's gambit, giving humanity, through Adam and Eve, a fighting chance in the world. Time went by, great tragedies, tragic horror, great tragedies. Great catastrophes, tragic horrors, glorious warfare, and doomed desires all intermingled with the sons and daughters of the first two. Though in the infinite light of God there must have been a shadow cast from it, supernatural creatures have always been a part of the world. passed from the Garden of Eden themselves, or coming from places where the Lord's light cannot reach. Demons emerge from the darkness and infect those who would accept them into their hearts. The fairy rings lead to the wondrous world beyond our own, while the other creatures lurk from the place beyond places in the soul space, creeping into our reality to feed themselves or take on a host. All while distortions permeate throughout the world as much as more begin touching the supernatural and craving the attention they grant. In the darkness lie those willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good, heroic and damned sinners and saints, and any other unfortunate soul. When the acts of angels and devils are involved, human limits are to be broken. Their comprehension is heightened. And drawn to the dark when the acts of angels and devils are involved. Mankind exceeds their limit. Let's see, when the acts of angels and devils are involved, mankind exceeds their limit, breaking the foundations which create them. Tragedy is that they will become more than are, but less than what they should. Kind of like one of the main ideas behind this, what I kind of want to emphasize in this first bit is, there's anime bullshit going on. From his inners, which he was horrified by. Hey, writing lore indeed. It's kind of the idea is, the thing what I'm trying to emphasize here in the introduction bit is, there is supernatural shit going on. Like, there's a lot of supernatural shit going on, but it's still pretty normal. And two, this is Japanime as fuck. What does that last bit mean? It means that characters are going to be more bigger than you would think because of what's going on, and that's kind of what that little bit. But the idea is, the tragedy is that they'll become more than what they are, but less than what they should. Because, hey, you'll never be happy as a player character. Why? Because you are a player character, and player characters can never be happy, because there should always be something horrible going on. I feel like there should be more here, but I really don't know what to add. That's kind of like one of those funny bits, and why I decided to do it like this. I feel like there should be something more here, but I have no fucking idea. It's very funny, because I can never... this is the part I'm very bad with lore, because I write lore very direct, let's just say. Just what we need, nothing more, nothing less. Let's see. Introduce the Holy Church. Let's see. Foundations of the Holy Church date back. Actually, when was the... We want to do the Catholic Church, because if we talk about the idea of the Catholic Church, we aren't really... You shouldn't be looking at the idea of the Catholic Church. You have to be looking at the original church, which is... Because if we go under the idea of when did the church start, it's a little bit weird, because you got like the... Actually, let's see. Tell me who the fucking Pope. Give me the Pope. Who was the first Pope would be this throne of Saint Peter. So, papacy began about... Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, no, it's one of the 12 apostles. So it began roughly in early AD. So that's when the papacy began. So the papacy began, roughly speaking, in the 30. Hmm. Mm. 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 Let's see, founded in Rome by the Apostle Peter. Founded in Rome by the Apostle Peter, the Holy Church. Let's see, spread its influence through the old world. Do it soon come dominate image. Let's see, soon come the dominate majority of the continent. The continent of Europe with influence. We want to work. That's good. Like that. When the acts of devils are fallen, the tragedy that the that's a good most of due to equal parts ignorance due to equal parts ignorance and their own desire for norm. Well, let's see. Often don't engage with the supernatural. To them, it is to most acts of beings of higher power are attributed to natural occurrences, terrible disasters, or the whims of fate, or the whims of the fates and whims of fate and destiny. Those who walk the path, whether of their own volition or not, know the truth, and seek to confront it, and know the way and seek to confront it. In the darkness lie those willing to sacrifice themselves. Something like that. Kind of like, yeah, most humanity don't understand, like, that there are fucking supernatural shit going on, but they really shouldn't need to. Let's see. So, the Holy Church has been for the faith for as long as the Holy Church has been. Let's see, has been a bedrock for the faith. While isms have occurred. Let's see. See, there's a few things we could do here. This is the funny thing. This is the great thing about writing shit like this. I could literally say, yeah, there's no Protestants. Yeah, no, there has been schisms. They didn't happen though. It's just the Holy Church. There was never an Orthodox. There was never, a Protestant faith. This is just a part of this world that we just don't talk about. It's not the Catholic. No, you're not Catholics. You're the Holy Church. Why? Because, that's just what it is. I could just write that, and not a single thing would give a fuck, and it would be hilarious. Because not a single goddamn thing changes, basic lore-wise. Because I don't really talk about Protestants or anything. Just make it the Pentarchy then. Or I could go full-on yeah, this is just the Catholic Church. The folly of man's created schisms, diversions, true faith. The current church stands unified and unbound by such ideation. How do we want to word that? Let's see. Well, schism. Actually, no. While schism. Let's see. Let's have let the wars over which holy cross should adorn which churches. Which churches? The Holy Church. The Holy Church. The Holy Church through its. Let's see. Schism. The Holy Church. The Holy Church, which rests in Rome, has remained strong. Totally crush and adorn churches. Let's see. Let's see. While the Holy Church has expanded and over the centuries and millennia. Let's see. Since millennia. Let's see. Over the centuries and millennia, because you got to remember the Holy Church is literally almost 2,000 years old at this point. It is over 1,000 years old. Expanded and developed over the centuries and millennia. It is its role, its influence, its influence and God, how do I want to? While Holy Church has expanded and developed over the centuries and millennia, its influence and works. How do I want to word this? Well, the Holy Church has expanded and developed over the centuries and millennia, its influence and okay. Let's see. The Holy Church has expanded and developed over the centuries. Its influence has changed with it. For centuries, the Holy Church was the bedrock of society. Priests and bishops taking equal parts and being made war upon one another as the years change. As the years march along, the church's influence waned in importance. The kings of yesterday became the nations of today, and the nations and the petty war. Let's see. The petty wars that ravaged the countryside began to decimate the entirety of nations. Let's Behind the finally lie the Holy Church. Or at least they're they're a scribe. Positioned in the at least they're scribes. Each to we can do that. As the years marched along, the Holy Church's influence and reach have waned. The kings of yesterday became the nations of today, and the petty wars which ravaged the countryside began to decimate the entirety of nations. But behind the finery lie the Church's true purpose. At least their ascribed intention. Their ascribed intention. Okay, so as the supernatural begins to bleed into the world, members of the Holy Church upon themselves and the orders from on high to drive them back into the darkness with blessed steel and glorious intention. Though, actually going to bleed into the world. Remember, while I war against, drive them back to the darkness, a steel and intention. The wars in the dark. The wars in the darkness have always been. Wars in the darkness have always been one of the Holy Church's foundations. Believing in rooting out evil and where it died. Believing in rooting out evil and devilry where it may reside. Though let's see, the Holy Church has made several reforms and have refocused its efforts on confronting more direct threats to the world. More direct threats to the world. Often with the to the Holy See. Often with the help of those who bend the sea. Let's see. Oh. That then we do. The 13 sections of the Holy Church. So, the Holy Church, the Holy Church is broken up into 13 sections. Each one based out of Rome and the Holy See itself. Each section has its own internal hierarchy and goals it must follow for the betterment of the Holy Church and the world at large. Most member men in Holy Church only know of the first 6 sections. the first 6 sections. Known internally as the Faithful Six. Known internally as the Faithful Six. Only know, let's see, most members of the Holy Church only know of the first 6 session, known internally as the Faithful Six. Here. So, first section, let's see, the first and second sections are the management of the Holy See, and the Roman Curia, Roman Curia. Many regard these two as the heads of the Holy Church, managing the day-to-day operations. Let's see, managing the day-to-day operations of the Holy Church, as well as the expansive clergy that found across the world. Let's see, found across the entirety of the world. The Pope, the current resident of the throne of St. Peter, is the undisputed leader of the Holy Church, and head of, is the undisputed leader of the Holy Church and manages these two sections personally. Now, here's a question. Do we want to bring in the actual Pope, Double Trinity, playing on Holy Trinity? Double Trinity, as the Double Trinity. Honestly, yeah, that does work as the double Trinity. Effectively, it's like the way that people refer to as like, oh, it's the Pope. The Pope runs section 1 and 2. That is his fucking job. Like, the Pope runs this shit. That is the actual, like, this is you managing the actual Church of Rome. This is you managing the church. Like, man, why is the first section managing that? Because, yeah, we need someone to actually run the Vatican City. Like, let's see, imagine... Yeah, like, yeah, that is your... I work for the first section. What does that mean? I work for the fucking Vatican City. I am a guy who is paid a 9 to 5 to work for the Vatican. I am a cleaner. Like, that is my job. Like, that is my, like, actual job. Let's see. So, the third section is the Papal Guard. Let's see. The third section is the Papal Guard. Traditionally seen in a more, how would you ceremony. Let's see, traditionally in a more ceremonial role due to their archaic armor and traditions. The Papal Guard. The Papal Guard is far from being purely ceremonial. Far from being purely ceremonial. Extensive armories can be found in the Vatican City. For the Papal Guard, in case the Vatican is ever threatened. In case the Vatican is ever threatened. Mobilizing every Papal Guard is little more. How many men are in Swiss Guard? How many men are in the Swiss Guard? 135 men. Okay. Is little over 500 soldiers. Mobilizing every papal guard is little over 500 soldiers. 500. But a full. Size of a size valley. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Be like, yeah, you can. We can muster up everybody. It's not very good, but we can. Let's see. The fourth and fifth. Let's see. The fourth and fifth section. The fourth section. Clinically, usually terribly understaffed and underfunded. The foreign affairs, usually terribly underfunded. They are the clergymen. Flying over the world to act as the eyes, ears, and shaken hand of the Holy Church. The shaken hand of the Holy Church. They are often accompanied by the fifth section, the theological affairs department. Often the fifth section are those too busy interpreting texts and acting as the leading holy judicial branch. From finding heretical texts, but finding heretical situations of the modern day. Now let's see. Finding heretical situations of the modern day. Well, finally, the sixth section. The least loved and often criticized. Accounting and funding. Yeah. Running the church is far from Holy Church grow, and as the Holy Church grows, so do expenses. So more accounting and funding, and so more are drafted into the accounting and funding department, accounting and funding section for the purposes of expanding the accounting and funding section. Funding for the purpose of expanding the accounting and funding section to continue expanding the accounting and fund section. For kind of the little joke. That's all. Oh no, the TA. Yes, I'm off the floors and branch off of the Vatican to my backwater town. It's simple, honest work. Makes you feel a little closer to God. Triple Trinity. I'm back. Oh no, not the TA. Sir Maximoff from Hellsing Bridge shouting. Yeah, quite literally. The idea of accounting and funding of the funding section is like, this is where you actually get money. Like, this is how things actually function. It's like, yeah, no, we don't really worry about things. Like, oh no, is showing AI Jesus, is AI Jesus technically sacrilegious? Maybe? We don't really know. Let's ask the guys of the 5th section on this. Hey, where do we get money to create an AI saint? Well, let's talk to the 6th section. We have accidentally blown up half a town trying to kill a demon. We need money to fix it. Where will we get it? Let's send a letter to the 6th section. Welcome to being everyone's most hated individual. Let's see, the supernatural bullshit section. Let's see, the 7th. Okay, how do I want to do it? Actually, no. Actually, we can do. So if we do a line here because we have the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. Effectively, we're talking about all of these guys because once we explain how these guys go, we end off on what adjudicators are. And then the adjudicators are going to get their own section entirely. Like, these are who you are. Knowing who these guys are important. However, like, it's like, these are important. However, the 13th section is where you guys. Let's see. So, I don't know what we would call these guys. Let's see. The 7th section begins the hidden branches of the. Let's see. Hidden branches of the Holy See revealed to those those of the Roman Curia of the revealed to those who. How do I want to word it? It would be I guess it would be Roman Curia, because the Holy See is, you technically have the I'm trying to think. It would be the papal. The people who elect the Pope. God, what's the. Who elect the Pope? It's the Cardinals. College of Cardinals. Let's see. I want to do the College of Cardinal. How many are there? Okay. So, revealed to the Cardinals of the Holy See. One of the something begins hidden branches of the Holy See. They're only revealed to those who prove themselves able, stumbled upon them, or have seen fit to speak, or have been able to have proven themselves able, stumbled upon them, or have been selected for recruitment inside of one of the organizations one of the sections. Now begins the hidden branch. The seventh section. First revealed to many, and often seen as, seventh section is the first revealed to many, and boasts the largest staff of all of the hidden sections. They are the research of supernatural phenomenon. They are the research of supernatural. They are the research of supernatural. Researchers of supernatural phenomenon. Research of supernatural. They are the researchers of supernatural phenomenon, and spend their lives dedicated to the pursuit of study, research, and development of techniques to banish or destroy certain supernatural creatures. Supernatural creatures. They also boast the largest number of those who have a differing anima type than human among their ranks. Anima type than human among their ranks. Phenomena. The section are relic acquisition and research. Relics acquisition and research. A relic is blessed by the Lord to have supernatural abilities and bond with others to empower them. Of course, these are only true relics. These are only the true relics. False relics are those who are malicious or actively detrimental to those around them, which leave sealed away for research, or being assigned a reliquary, in a far off parish. Yep. Hey, we're the guys who actually good kabarashing. Congratulations, we are the guys who actually find relics and research them of how they fucking work. We're going to be talking about how relics function, but the 9th and 10th, sections of the Holy Church are the knightly orders and witch hunters. Witch hunters of the church. Let's see. Witch hunters of the church. The knightly order. Historically, the Knightly Order were formed during the Crusades. For various reasons, though some of them have gone rogue. Some of them have gone rogue or have been converted into a more ceremonial role. The ceremonial role, many knightly orders remain hidden in plain sight. Most knightly orders today number in the dozens, but are well armed and able to confront threats to the whole more directly than the Papal Guard can. The witch hunters are those trained with let's see, those with the sight. People who have a sixth sense in especially witches. A witch being the spawn of a demon and a human. Which being a spawn of the demon and the human, they are especially dangerous, and the modern witch hunter is perfectly capable of hunting them down personally. Due to the sight as well. No, we don't have to worry about that. And saint management protection, so we have to talk about the 11th section. Is the management and protection of the 421 saints currently alive today. A saint may either be regarded as an important individual dubbed by the either be regarded as an important individual dubbed by the Holy Church for their contribution to the advancement of the faith and their own society, often through the process of abdication after their death. Same either. Alternatively, a saint is an individual expressing supernatural powers. Let's see, an individual expressing supernatural powers that for the betterment of humanity. Let's see. Most saints. Actually, no, we can. 120. There we go. We can reduce that. No important number, just good cabaretting. Okay, let's see. For the better, Holy Church oversees the user power for the betterment of humanity. Let's see, most saints live in the Vatican City. Most saints live in the Vatican City. Under supervision. They may have, though many are content living the life of luxury, afforded due to their station. Actually, notions. Saints are unique as they cannot bond with relic. They cannot bond with a relic. Some even regarding them as a living relic. Due to this. But many saints are yeah, there we go. It's effectively all a saint is, according to the Holy Church, is, hey, you've got superpowers. Cool. We're gonna keep an eye on you. You get to live in the Vatican City effectively for free your entire life, and occasionally we call you up if we need something. Oh, hey, you have the power of being able to actually heal people with a touch? That's really cool. We're gonna keep you here, and when someone's sick, we bring them to you, you touch them, and life's good. Okay? Okay. Like, your job is using your power. That is what that is your entire job. You cannot be a relic. Players can never be a saint, because they can't interact with relics. They might deal with a saint, but they themselves cannot be one. Which is one of the ideas, is this like, oh yeah, hey, here's a session where you have to protect a saint. Yeah, here's a saint who legitimately can see the future. Yeah, that is her superpower. She can see the fucking future. That's kind of weird. Damn, that is pretty useful. Hey, here's a saint who literally, can read every single language perfectly. Why? Even languages that aren't real, he just knows how to read them. That's his superpower. That's just something he can do. Hey, here's a guy who is literally a prophet. Yeah, does he understand yeah. It's just something he does. This guy shoots fire. What about it? Like, we use him to shoot fire at things. Yeah. That's kind of the idea, is like, yeah, you can interact with the saints, but like they are literally just people with supernatural powers. Unexplained supernatural powers, I should say. Let's see. Section. The 12th section. The 12th section. Let's see. Let's see, adorned in red and white. Adorned in red and white are the internal protection, and judgment division, and judgment section. In the most simple of explanation. Explanations. When members of the church are being guarded are falling to sin, or maybe influenced by other organizations who would seek to undermine the authority of the Holy Church. The 12th section employees. Let's see, these men and women operate above the laws of let's see, operate above the laws of the Holy Church, and are authorized to neutralize any threat that may appear before them. Members of the 12 are extremely secretive. They're extremely secretive even among those who know about it. Paranoia, distrust, and an ample amount of hidden agendas keep the 12 faithful to the Holy Church and distrusted by literally everyone else. Finally, 13th section. That rarely revealed except to those rarely revealed except to those who would seek to join their ranks, or when they call other sections for assistance. They are the adjudicate. They are the adjudicate. Gods, they are the adjudicators. Let's see. They are the adjudicator, the Holy Church's sword and shield against the faithless and beings of outside the natural. They bond with a relic that allows them to exceed human potential. With right and where the witch hunter, where the knights were, well, that's only yeah, disaster. What? So that this is what happens when, right? I feel like I'm writing. Ooh, I feel like I'm writing too much lore that isn't really important, but I just need to write stuff down. Then, after I finish writing all the stuff, I give it to everyone else and say, make it better. Because that's what I do. I feel like we're taking a little while, but it's just like, we need to explain, like, yeah, this is kind of how the church works. It's like, yeah, it's all supernatural shit, don't worry about it too much. Okay, adjudicators and the burial agency. Learn about the burial agency. And, 13th section. The 13th section is managed directly by the burial. by the burial agent. Some of the some of 7 burial agents. 7 of the most powerful individuals in the Holy Church. Let's see. 7 of the most powerful individuals in the Holy Church who have successfully bonded with a relic to become more than human. Each of the burial agents, each of the members under the burial agency lie the vast network of parishes that have adjudicators assigned to them. Most of the world have no adjudicators. With only around 500 active at any time across the entire world. With only around 500 active at any time around the entire world. Each of these adjudicators, parishes are assigned black coats. Black coats due to an extensive supernatural presence in the area of the parish. The parish being selected as a reliquary, being selected as a reliquary to hold relics, or the against a demonic or other supernatural. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. Or the parish being as a. Let's see. So. Adjudicators themselves are never truly self-selected. No one wishes to become an adjudicator. No one wishes to become an adjudicator. But rather a relic will bond with an individual. The relic will bond with an individual, causing them to be forcefully drafted to become an adjudicator. Oh god, what would you... Effectively, becoming an adjudicator means... Hello, what are you making today? We are writing lore for Cruciform. So, effectively, the idea is, if you get a relic that can actually be used to do shit, then you become an adjudicator. If you bond with a relic that isn't actually useful, directly combat related though, you instead get kind of regulated into being like, you're not really an adjudicator, but you still work for us. That is your fucking job. You're not a saint. What would you be called? Like, I'm trying to think of a term there. Because saints are people who have supernatural powers naturally. An adjudicator is someone who bonds with a relic. What if you bond with a relic, but you're really not useful in that way? Like, kind of the idea is like, hey, I've bonded with a relic. I literally have the ability to, like, read any language you give me. Or, hey, I can read people's minds. That is my actual power. Because I have bonded with this thing, I can do that perfectly. Am I useful on the front lines? Abso-fucking-lutely not. I am not doing that well on the front lines. You shouldn't be bringing me. I'm not gonna fist fight a demon. No, that ain't happening. With extensive training, I might be able to, but that's not really... Okay, that guy has got a flying fucking sword. I think the guy with the flying fucking sword is going to do better than me in the frontline combat. That's kind of the idea. Like, what do you call them? There's got to be a word for it, right? I mean, there's got to be a term here. Come on, people. Clap, 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 rubber duckies. Start quacking. That doesn't sound... Oh, gosh. Ah, God. So, acolytes. Okay, like an acolyte. Let's see. I mean, there's gotta be... Retainer, like that's another good word. Who are the logistics people in the Swiss Garden? I mean, literally in the Swiss Guard, the guy there would just be, you would just be like a sergeant or something. That's kind of the idea. Like you're a guy in the military, effectively. That's all that you would be. Like an acolyte, a retainer, like, I mean, there's got to be another term for this. I mean, let's saint synonym. Give me another term for a saint. Let's see. Let's go to Wikipedia and find the term saint. See also hollow. Sacred. Latter-day Saint. List of saints. See, we could use something like a sage. Like, yeah, what are you? Yeah, I'm just a guy with power. You're just regarded as a sage. Which I realized, reading a lot of, like, Japanese bullshit, like, really bad Japanese isekai shit, I've learned that sage can just be applied to every single person, if you try really hard, could be just a sage. It's very fun. Prophet's not so much. That has a very specific connotation. Holy maiden. You would effectively be a holy maiden for any of these guys. That's the funny thing. And, like, technically, there is a... Being a saint is a very specific thing. And being a saint mean you might have a prophet-like ability as a saint. Because all being a saint is, in this term, is you are someone with a supernatural power not tied to a relic. Here is, you have a supernatural power with a relic. However, you are not actually fighting anybody. You are not cleared for combat. You suck at this shit. We're trying to find a word for a guy with a relic. Like, it is a guy with a relic who is not actually a combatant. You are not an adjudicator. However, an attendant could work. Icon bearer, that has a lot of that has a lot of baggage with orthodoxy. Herald could also work. Let's drop acolyte. Attendant, sage, retainer. I'm feeling sage. That doesn't, like, that seems too important. Like, Preacher. Preacher man. Ultimately, all an adjudicator is a judge. That the actual, if you look at what an adjudicator is, it is a neutral third party who makes an official decision on a dispute or controversy. Effectively, it is it's kind of like someone in the middle. That's your job as an adjudicator, is you are a judge. You are the guy outside of the current situation. Your job is to kill the problem. You are judge, jury, and executioner kind of thing. Mostly because, like, you're not necessarily always going to be a part of the Holy Church as an adjudicator, because all that an adjudicator is someone who is bonded with a relic and brought into the church. Hey, you've bonded with a relic here. You're going to now get drafted, whether you like it or not. Congratulations on your new job. We will pay your... Some people get into it a lot more than others. That's kind of the idea. Like a court term, like jury, like gravedigger. I mean, we could do like literally, if we were to really do a good idea, it would be a paralegal. Like, you would be a paralegal as a member there. You're not actually doing anything. That's not your fucking job. You are not the guy making those calls. You are the guy sitting in the background, making sure things work. But, like, calling it a paralegal isn't quite right either. Like, on script. If I cannot pronounce it very well, I'm probably not going to use it. Artistic assistant. What do you pronunciation? Amanuensis. Ugh. You know what? Fuck it. We ball. We're using some. I think, no, actually, no, we'll use retainer. I think retainer works. Here's what we're going to do. So, draft and become an adjudicator, one of the dozens of retainer. One of the dozens of retainers that assist them. Bonding with a relic is seemingly bonding with a relic is seemingly random. Sometimes it's people who have in service to the Holy Church. Sometimes it's people who have spent their entire life in service to the Holy Church. Other times it's an unfortunate person who happened to pick up a relic. Happened to pick up a relic in a desperate circumstance. Once bonded, the adjudicator. Once bonded, person. The adjudicator and their relic are spiritually wed. Till death they part. Till death do they part. Often the adjudicate. Till death do they part. When dies the relic may retain its power, or it will fade alongside there alongside other. Each of the adjudicators maintain the facade of normality in their day-to-day lives, trying to keep peace. At the end, while they may be warriors, they are still members of the Holy Church, with the doctrine of protecting those from super threats. If others were to view them as a threat, it would be counterproductive, and probably lead to more civilian casualties. Casualties than necessary, and often a visit from the 12th. Yeah, it's effectively, there is a masquerade, not for your sake, but for everyone else's sake. Don't let other people know that there is supernatural bullshit going on. Make sure that they don't understand that. Because you want to keep them safe, and you don't want to get audited by internals. You don't want to get audited by the 12th. Why? Because they're not very fun, and they'll freeze your bank account. That's what they do. They're like, "Ah, man." Do not explain the vampires and the golems to people effectively. Being like, "Oh my god, you're a vampire." I mean, like, dude, is anyone really going to believe you that I'm a fucking vampire? But I have you on video. Yeah, we can also fake that shit almost immediately these days. Cool, you got some cool CG effects. How does it feel? Be like, but I am not doing this for your sake. I am doing this for mine. Fuck you. Go home. Aw, man. Like, I am not a vampire. I have a skin condition. That's kind of the idea of, like, as playing a Strix, is a lot of people literally would view you as, you're just a guy with a skin condition. Yeah, you just don't like going out very much. You just live in church. What do you do? Hey, what do you do at the church? I work here. I work in IT. Yeah, that makes sense. That's why you're deathly pale. You work in IT. I see. Oh, hey. Hello, small girl. What do you do here at the church? I work at Sunday school. Dun 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 dun. Not a zombie. It is a hardcore gamer. It's not a zombie. Yeah, like, people who are undead probably aren't going out that often. Except if it's midnight mass. Which the idea of midnight mass is, like, kind of the idea for people at midnight mass is, these are supernatural beings who actually go to church as a part of a way to say, like, hey, don't kill us. Don't, hit the gritty on my face, please. I have a family. Please do not kill me. And it's half that and being like, yeah, I literally can't materialize myself in the daylight because I'm a fucking ghost, and this is the time where I get to pray to God. Because that, and be like, yeah, no, I'm a poltergeist. Sorry, my ex-girlfriend drags me to church every weekend because she's super cool like that. She can't see me, but that's fine. I'm not a ghost. I am an albino. Dealing how you can play a ghost in Cruciform, which is the idea that you've possessed your relic more than anything. You're more your relic than you are you. And that's what being a ghost is, effectively. I mean, like, yeah, no, you are a literal ghost possessing a relic, but that relic is possessing you as well. It's kind of that back and forth kind of thing. So it's like, oh yeah, okay, this is kind of a weird situation for you, where you technically are materialized. You're not ghost-like. The problem being that if you kind of like, if someone picks up your relic and walks away, you will just kind of start dematerializing. Like, uh-oh, wait, no. Bully ghost girl by putting her relic really high up so she can't go anywhere. You know, have no fiance, I couldn't say when we were brainstorming names, but maybe Servitor. Servitor sounds like we're lobotomizing these guys. Servitor has a very like, oh yeah, here's my servitor. Like that sounds like we're lobotomizing. Is that bad? I feel like we shouldn't be making the implication of lobotomy. Like, Shazam. Ugh. Words for what? Oh god. We're trying to find good words for various people. So let's see. So kind of productive. And what we can do is, do we write out the idea of, do we write out the burial agency, or do we just leave it as like a side note? Because we can leave it as like, these are the members of the burial agency. These are the people who actually run everything, technically. Like, hey, technically, Monsieur, and Angelo is the head of the burial agency, and he's been in power for literally ever, because he's 72 fucking years old, and he's just like, I don't really. You just have a legitimately just Japanese lady who runs around, you have a Japanese, like, hag who runs around with a katana and kills people she doesn't like. A half-insane vampire lady. A person who literally auto-revives, because Prioress Camilla is a funny character, and I thought she was just funny to deal with. Because the entire idea of Prioress Camilla is that her relic does not let her die. She is Schrodinger. She effectively is Schrodinger's person. Anytime she dies, she will get back up. She'll just show up later and be like, hi, I'm back. And be like, what the fuck? And then she immediately just punches someone. If you have been trained, if you were trained formally, you were probably trained by Camilla. Because she doesn't actually care if you kill her. She'll just get back up. She legitimately does not care. Beatrice, on the other hand, is... I thought about making her a little bit younger, but it's kind of funny being like, yeah, here's this 32-year-old woman who's like, yeah, no, I went to hell. Like, okay. Conrad has 3 blades. And the youngest member of the burial agency, who is 15 years old, who literally is possessed / imbued with an angel. Yes, she literally has a complete line to a fucking actual angel. She is one of the very few people where you can have a conversation with an angel for more than one scene. Because one of the ideas of Anna is that she is mostly... Imagine talking to a 15-year-old girl, effectively a 15-year-old nun, who's like, yeah, no, this is what I am, being like, oh, you want to... Like, oh, you want to talk to them? Oh, okay, give me 1 second. And then suddenly she'll just, like, go limp and then literally be possessed by an angel. Be like, sup, I'm an angel. Mostly because every angel is fucking weird. Because, like, one of the ideas behind the angels is that they are all very strange. And that's, like, a big theological issue that a lot of people have is, yeah, we've talked to angels before. All of them are fucking weird, and we don't like actually talking with them, because they kind of scare us. I wonder if I have the, yeah, here we go. It's quite literally, they have one of the ideas is that they only last one scene. Any scene an angel's in, they will last for one scene and then they will disappear. Even if you literally cut the scene to another room, they will disappear because they don't want to. They never refer to anything as really serious. They are all extremely androgynous normally. They never call God God. Nope, they just it is, you know, oh, it's them. Oh, yeah, no. You know, the guy upstairs. Them. Oh, it. Like, they don't refer to God, really. It's like, yeah, no, that's not who we... The only active angel in the world is Wormwood. Because Wormwood will show up on a fucking motorcycle and a cigarette and say, man, I fucking love humans, and then fuck off. He is the only real active angel. Does this one angel have an issue with being inside a 15-year-old? And yes, I did phrase it the way to make you uncomfortable. Fun fact, no. Because no, they're like, I don't really care. Which is another one of those things that just makes it weird for angels. Is like, angels don't really regard anyone as like old or young. It's like, yeah. People are more weirded out by that than the other way around. The angel does not care. The angel views it very specifically as, yeah, you're just a vessel. I don't care. I speak whenever the hell I feel like it. Does that mean being like, oh, yeah, I wanna talk to someone real fast. I just need to possess your body real fast, and she just goes into an epileptic fit, being like, hello, it's me. I'm an angel. I need to talk to you. For most angels, we are newborn ants. Effectively, angels don't really view us. Again, each angel is perfect in that weird way. Have you ever met someone who just looks perfect? Is just weirdly perfect? That's how angels act, and the way angels look, and the way they move, and everything about what they do is a little bit too right. Their face is too symmetrical. Their movements are too precise. The way they speak should be a little bit just not quite right. And most of the time, angels don't. The uncanny valley. Yeah, you're seeing it. Kind of like Michael Jackson? Not quite. Like, but yeah, it's very much the uncanny valley. And except if you touch one and they don't want to be touched, they deal a fuck ton of damage. Like, they deal 2d12 damage, and if you have any taint, you immediately take stigmata. Which, in context, imagine touching someone and your arm halfway explodes. Because stigmata can do that. Hey, I've touched you and suddenly my arm is on fire and most of my body begins erupting in flame. Because I have a D-fucking-4 and taint or whatever. Like, yeah, angels don't want to fuck around with anything. They don't give a shit. An angel is a creature. And it's like, you can't fight them. That's not the point. They're just unright. Let's see. So that should work. Talk about that. Then we follow that section up with... We follow that section up with the relics. So... A relic is... has been blessed and imbued with supernatural and with paranatural power, allowing those who bond with it allowing those who bond with it to accelerated development. Relics do not a saint relics appear across the let's see, relics appear all over the world. There is no known way to artificially make a relic. There's no known way to artificially create a relic, though it has been attempted. Multiple times across history. Appear of the world. There's no known way to artificially relic, or a way to determine what will become a relic. What will become a relic? Important legendary artifacts throughout history have been attributed to being a relic of some variety. Though a majority of relics that appear in the modern day are seemingly random. Are seemingly random, but are usually at the locus of power, or flirting with unnatural entities. When a relic is discovered, the section. Let's see, the 8th section. When the relic is owned, the 8th section will deploy a team. And recover it. Usually followed by 2 to 5 years study. 2 to 5 years of study to uncover its properties. Before being regulated to a reliquary in parish for safekeeping. Why keep these relics away from others? Stored away. Oftentimes. Safety and keeping the artifact, keeping the relics safe, and enabling the priest adjudicate former adjudicate cells to have an option protection should they need it. Reliquaries can store up to hundreds of these relics. But are often filled with junk, and the actual relic hidden away to keep it safe. There are many saints finger bones out there. There are many saints finger bones out there, but only a handful have their purported properties. It's kind of like the idea of we literally have entire area just to keep these things safe because we don't know what they do really. Borderline being comprehension doesn't say a lot when you understand the guy next door. Let's see. So, real saints are those who materialize powers and are protected by the Holy Church for their powers and abilities. on record, there are at least 3 prophets. And as of the modern day, let's see, as of the modern day, there are 3 prophets. There are 3 prophets handing out various predictions of the future. Though few actually, though only though they do contradict one another. Frequently, though they do contradict one another frequently, and a few others who possess their own unique abilities. Saints cannot bond with a relic. Saints cannot bond with a relic. Oftentimes the two are actively repelled by one another. Leading to belief that a saint is a living relic. Often leading to the belief that a saint is a living relic. So this must mean that an adjudicator who is bonded with a relic is an honorary saint. Let's see, adjudicator is bonded with a honorary saint. Correct? No. No. Adjudicators are not saints. They are simply bonded with a relic. Many retainers, though, are not fit for combat, but bond with a relic. Use their powers to assist the burial agency, or one of the other sections. There are relics who have malevolent powers or abilities. There have been reports that others have bonded to these relics. This is not correct. This is not correct. This is not correct. If there are people who bond with these wicked relics, they are most likely being influenced by demons or other supernatural forces. The correct response is to neutralize them, secure the relic, and seal it away. Preferably in the ocean. In a lead lockbox. Preferably in the ocean in a reliquary in a lead lockbox. It's kind of the idea, like, yeah, there are relics that are fucking evil. Like, clearly there are bad relics, and anyone who bonds with them, you're not going to be an adjudicator because you are bonded with a fucking evil No, stop that right now. You go to the forever box now. However, one of the ideas here is if we go to here and we go to Belmont mode, the entire premise of Belmont mode is that you do have cursed artifacts and cursed relics. That's what makes you guys a little bit more special. Hey, my family literally has a magic sword that talks to people, that wants them, that really loves killing people. I, however, use it as a paperweight when I am not using it to kill demons. Hey, this is quite literally a sword that speaks in riddles and rhymes, that wants to kill people and really likes hurting others. We're not going to use it for that. Hey, here's a sacred whip that really likes killing monsters. Okay, like, we're not... Okay, whatever. Like, literally, the concept of Belmont mode is you have a bunch of these cursed artifacts in your possession as a family, and it's, okay, how do we use these things efficiently? And being one of the Belmonts effectively means that you can use these in different ways. Because one of the premises of the Belmont mode is you are advancing through generations. You aren't going to be playing, you know, like Richter forever. You're going to go from Richter, you're going to go to here, you're going to go to here. You're going to be going through, like, the final... Oh, and over there's the Sea of the Reaper. Yeah, you just use it to farm. Like, yeah, we got this scythe over here that... Yeah, we just gotta keep it over there. Yeah, it just whispers evil thoughts into your mind and really wants you to kill ghosts. Yeah, we don't fight ghosts a lot. It just kind of hangs out over there. Go listen to it. The maid picked it up once and she went insane, but we don't talk about her anymore. Ain't that right? Yeah, that's kind of the idea of the Belmont mode, is using those cursed artifacts to do things. We do have technically a Shining Shrine Maiden, which is going to be dealing with that a little bit differently. Like, yeah, it's the toot mode, because no fucking shit, I'm going to put in a toot mode because I am a hack. You may not like it, but this is what peak hack looked like. Still have no idea what to call the unnamed assassin variant. There's a couple ideas there, but hey, that's what I do best. Okay, so we know what those are. Don't need to worry about the supernatural bullshit alert. Alright, so Descendants of Eden. Start your life, open up your eyes, and see the lights of 1989. Hey! Do we make this heading 1? Because we're going to be talking about all the different anima types. I think we can probably make it heading. Okay, so let's talk about humanity. Anyone remember Humankind? Kidney stones of saints are also worshipped around the world. Yeah, effectively, like, you could just... Anything can be a relic. That's the idea. But most of them aren't really useful. Oh, hey, here's a legendary sword that fucking cuts people in half. Okay, maybe we're going to use that one for combat and not the saint's kidney stones that suddenly allows you to piss like wine. Let's see. Remember Humankind? That one 4X game, everyone? The game that literally not a single human being gives a shit about now. By Amplitude. Remember this game, Humankind? Every now and again I am reminded of Humankind, and reminded of that literally humankind can never have anything nice in life. I am amazed that even recent reviews are mostly positive. They've been mixed for as long as I can tell. It's very funny. Humankind was one. What was that? That Paradox one. It was Millennia. That's it. Millennia's the other one that everyone was like, yeah, this is going to be the Civ killer. And then it came out, and everyone's like, this is not the Civ killer. Nope. Yeah, Millennia was a fun one. There are so many people hunting for the next, like, everybody wants to be the next big DLC. Like, everyone wants to be the next Civ. And every single time someone tries to become the next Civ, they fuck it up. Every single time. It's very impressive. Do you have any power? Not all saints, yet churches go to encase them. Yeah, said nah. Also, do incorruptible bodies have any power? Not saints, yet churches often go to encase them. What do you mean by, like, an incorruptible body? Like, you are... That would literally make you a saint in this regard. Like, yeah, your body is literally unable to be corrupted by anything. Yeah, congratulations, you're now a saint because you have a superpower. We're going to keep you locked up in the Vatican City, and anytime here's some evil shit, we're going to send you in there to do it. Congratulations, your job is now a hazmat suit. Like, congratulations. How does it feel? Your job is to look at things. Incorruptibles are dead, Notepad. Yeah. Hey, man, we got undead. They are dead people who didn't rot. Probably then. You could probably they would probably still be there, and depending on the body. And always remember, do not forget, we do have undead. Technically, you can force them to be a corpus if you want. A corpus or a revenant, both of which would be funny. Let me die. No. That is not your call, asshole. You don't get to die. Let me die. God damn it. I guess they are like advisors. They can be. It's kind of the idea, like a lot of the undead from a gameplay perspective are supposed to be, I really like my character, they died, can I come back as an undead? And the GM's like, yeah, you can, you're going to be fucked up beyond repair, but you can come back. Hey, I really like my character. Shame that they have been literally bisected and half my body is now haphazardly stitched together. Let me die, please. No. Fuck. But yeah, like, hey, yeah, I can speak to dead people. Like, like, a guy who's literal, like, power, being like, yeah, no, I can talk to dead people. Being like, hey, we need some help. Can you please talk to this corpse? Like, yeah, give me a minute. Like, yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, no, they're called phones. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, they are phones now. No, they are not devil worship. Oh, yep. You want me to play you that? Okay, I can do that. Hey, I need a phone real fast. He wants to see. Yeah, don't worry. He wants to see, you know, someone hitting the gritty. I'm sorry, everyone. This corpse literally wants me to play, fucking Fortnite Dance Royale for him. He's very fascinated by this. Yeah, that could be a saint. That could also be someone with relic. It's kind of like the idea of like retainers and saints can kind of fill that same niche sometimes. But like, if you want your parish to be, we have like 10 saints here. That is our entire goal. We are here to protect these 10 people who have powers. That is our goal in this parish. That is a complete campaign and perfectly valid. Here are 10 people with bullshit superpowers. That is our fucking job to protect them. Our entire purpose is to keep everyone coming to church and make sure our saints are doing their job. And hey, what do? Hey, this is a person who can literally read minds. That's a problem. What do we do with this person? Well, let's do their fucking job. So, oops, theological nightmare. Descendants of... okay, so... When the Garden of Eden was cast out Adam and Eve. Many other creatures and beings fled alongside them. Michael and his flaming. Well, let's see. Michael and his flaming sword didn't stop any of them. Didn't stop any of them, though. Though some would return enlightened, return enlightened, while others never truly came back. The descendants of Let's see. The descendants of Eden. Are classified based on their animate. Based on their animatype, popularized by. Let's see. We want to do like. Let's see. Let's see. Oh God, what would be if Donatus was hello. Actually, we can do Xeno. Have no Xeno church. Xeno name. Let's see. Do we have any famous Xeno? Polish engineer. Okay. Xeno, the supreme god of the multiverse. Wow, thanks. Surname. Okay, maybe this is. What would we call? What would you call it? It would It's effectively like I was thinking about like a guy in the 300s was like, yeah, we can actually sort these guys out. You know that, right? And be like, oh, okay, thanks. Like, what would his I guess he would be a colonel. No, we can make him a bishop. Bishop Zeno. Let's see, bishoprics. Bishoprics. And the bishop. Work a list of Catholic bishops in the U.S. Not the U.S. No. Why don't we do this and zoom out? Let's bring up the map of the world, everybody. We'll bring up the map of the world, and where would we want to put Zeno? You can put him in Italy. Put him in Craig. Let's see. KRK, Crick, Croatia. That would be Croatian. Monastery lies off the island. Also, yeah, Labian Albana, Istria County. I guess it would be like Catholic bishop, fucking God damn it, what is the yeah, there we go. Tell me about the deal. I wish to know in historical fucking where would Zeno be from? Lake Nemi. Let's see. We go to Lake Nemi. So he would be he wouldn't be a bishop then. He would be a if he's not a bishop. Ah, fuck. It's a bishop Catholic. God, what is the he wouldn't be a bishop, he would be under a bishop. It would be a not diaconcy. Territorial abbot. Light up, high ranking member of the club. I guess vicar, maybe? Chaplain. I guess the term would be vicar. No, that's not right. I guess a deacon. I guess he would be a deacon with standard age. I guess he would be a deacon. That would be, I think, the correct. So yeah, I think the correct term would be a deacon. Let's see, Deacon Zeno. Oh, Deacon Zeno. Oh. This is the Rome. We're looking out outside of Rome. Metropolitan. So if we look at Moletta, very small place. He would be literally from Moletta. Is a very small place. So, Deacon Moletta, let's see. Deacon Zeno of Moletta in 652. In 652, coined the phrase anima type. Anima type to classify the differences souls that the various supernatural descendants. That the various descendants of Eden were. Descendants of Eden were. Humanity is the first and the most prevalent anima type from the Garden of Eden. Descended from Adam and Eve. Descended from Adam and Eve. Descended from Adam and Eve. Has adapted, and since they're let's see, thrived over the millennials, since the thousands upon thousands of years, thousands upon thousands of years since their flight. They come in all shapes and sizes. Large, tall, pale, dark, and display traits that are righteous and unseemly. Lot of humanity is by our very nature flawed at a fundamental level. Original sin. Luckily, the death of Jesus Christ is flawed at a fundamental level. However, that's what makes humanity the dominant force in the world. And allow. Let's see, master our environment over others. Mankind has built cities, created nations, made peace, and has been and are the inheritors of the world. Easy enough to understand. Humanity are humans. I know, wacky. Arnold D. Nami is the name of the town. Ignatius of Loyola is somewhere. Deacon Zeno of Nemi. That leads us to Strix. The Strix originated. Strix have no true origin. Origin in the Garden of Eden. Instead, according to their own theologians, the Strix began as a blood disease. In the garden, which propagated thanks to humanity. The first of the Cain was Cain, who after murdering his brother began to flee from the sun due to punishment, due to God's punishment. Those the collective, the Strixian belief is that it began to manifest inside of Cain, causing him to murder Abel in a fit of delusion and hunger rather than outright malice. God saved Cain, knowing what was happening. And the Strix have been around since. Many have attributed the Strix being the modern vampire bloodsuckers who monsters who prey on the innocent and suck their blood for nourishment. This is correct. This is correct. They do require blood. They do require blood to function. Their skin deathly pale. Their skin deathly pale, and they do require blood to function. Their skin deathly pale. With control. Of their tainted, of their tainted blood. Many Strix organize themselves as clans into various clans and families. Each one bickering with one another. No, it was no surprise. It was no surprise that many of these families have integrated themselves into the holy church. Let's see. For the same reason that noble families had done. Strix in modern day, let's see. Oh, as they always have, hunger, feeding on blood to contain the beast inside of them. However, with blood drives active, and more than a few members of to the experience. There are rarely any incidents. Strix in the church. Strix in the holy. Strix of the Holy Church are the neophytes, fresh located by having their blood sucked out and placed by their sires' sires, or have been in the ranks for decades, only to bond with Oh. We can use the we establish who the Strix are, we establish it there, and then when you're making a character, we can use that a little bit more, being like, hey, when you're making a Strix, understand who is your family, why are you here, how are you doing things. Now we talk about Therians. Therians descend from the multitude of animals that fled the Garden of Eden alongside Adam and Eve. They took on the forms of the two and began to commingle with one another. Commingle with one another in both states. Many would lose their ability to turn into a human, or an animal being stuck in one of these forms. However, few were able to maintain to keep this shifting ability, creating leading to the modern Aryan. There are hundreds of different types of Therians. of Therians in the world. Some far more common than others. Wolf family, the hound families. Hound families are so extensive, that there are the hound families are quite extensive. Let's see. Let's see. No, far more common than others. Let's see. So we don't need to talk about humanity. We don't need Strix. Therians. Let's see the different. However, if you have to give the shifting ability, Therian, a few hundred. There are hundreds of different types of Therians in the world. Some from other that have expensive. Each Therian. So this manuscript. We go to the original Therian tropes here. We need to go this because we need to look at the Rubio. So Therians obey both sides of their mind. One of an animal, and the other of a person. Different cultures treated them differently. So with the Norse venerating the savagery that the savage men venerating the savagery that the savage men combat, while other missions such as the coyote people of the American prairie. Yeah, sorry, I can legitimately just turn into a yeah, I can turn into a fucking coyote. Yeah, people are gonna look at you a little bit fucking weird. Like, yeah, okay, you are not to be trusted. Sparking up conflicts across the world with different methods. Rivalry. Formally, the Therians joined the Holy Church in 1220. Baptism. Formally, the Therians joined the Holy Church in 1220 with the baptism of the Wolf of Gubbio. With the Wolf of Gubbio, later Father Giovanni of Gubbio. Though there has been evidence of centuries before. Centuries before, famously the Das Bet and bear in German das Tragen in northern Germania. Germany and northern Germany. pagan and northern. For those who witnessed him, who fought 100 men as a man and a bear. Part of the main families, many families of Therians simply are not cut out for the work. Let's see, many families of Therians are simply not cut out for the work, or are unable to require fish in Latin. Fish in Latin. I see. Family, familia piscium. Familia piscium. But their abilities are far better suited, elsewhere than in direct combat. Wow, you can turn into a fish. Good job. Congratulations. You can turn into a fucking fish. Like, no, you're not. We cannot send you to battle. You will die. Because you turn into a fucking fish. You turn into a gigantic bear man. We can use this. Turning you into an Innsmouth villain, maybe less so. Very scary, not as useful. See, and this is the beautiful thing is, any Therian we don't use, we can use for later in an expansion. See, this is called thinking ahead. You always have more Therian types. Bingo, bango, bongo, everyone. You can make a fish one in the expansion pack, baby. Think ahead. See, you gotta think like you're in Paradox. Golems. Let's talk about Golems. From sacred clay. God, how do you explain Golem? How do we explain golems. God, who would they be made by? I think they would literally be made by this. They would be made 7. Oh God, how do we work this? I mean, if we go with the idea of like Golem, like we've got the idea of what a Golem is. Creature formed of lifeless substance such as dust or earth is brought to life by ritual incantation. It's I think what would be okay. Golems are crafted by the seventh section. Actually, subdivision. Let's see. Golems are crafted as by the subdivision of the seventh section, built from a combination of lifeless materials such as dust, earth, clay, and metal. To be in the perfect image, of a man. The creation of the modern golem comes from two sources. The first of which was Jewish. Jewish settler Europe, whom the church took liberty, who the church negotiated with for the secrets of crafting such a guardian. First of which negotiated with for secrets of crafting such a guardian. This negotiation is heavily debated. Among both. Is heavily debated, unfortunately. The second of the let's see. The legality and threats associated with this negotiation is heavily debated. Let's see. Who the church negotiated with the secrets of crafting such a guardian, and secondly, the a tablet discovered in hundreds describing the creation of Adam. The creation of Adam. The creation of golems by the creation of golems in ancient in the ancient world. The integration of golems in the Roman Empire. Describe the creation of golems in the Roman hundreds describing the creation of golems in the Empire. The crafting the Volcano. Mystical art grafted by the church by members of another faith, branching the church. Golems were a mystic art gifted to the church by members of another faith, branching from the church. Pot friend, hello. Fuck. Yeah, we can do that. Let's see. Gifted by members of another faith, branching from the Holy Church, and secondly, a tablet discovered in the 1100s, creation of golems in the Roman Empire. Crafting a golem takes 7 days. Takes 7 days, and it takes 7 days. Most of which is constructing the body, and then a incantation by an accomplished priest or cleric. By an accomplished cleric. And by a incantation by a accomplished. Then an incantation cleric. Golems are perfected beings, completely free of sin, completely free of sin due to their nature. They are also strange. They are also strange. With a majority of their education being fast-tracked in the first year of their life to serve a particular purpose. Most golems find the Holy Church uses golems in a variety of services. Most of the busy work around the Vatican, and various and other important are staffed by golems who work for little actual pay, not that they really need it. Golems do not eat, do not drink, do not drink, rarely socialize, and are often content with working and sleeping the majority of the time. Relics do occasionally bond with one of these individuals. After which they grow a more let's see, they grow a more diverse personality, but never quite a real person, one. Golems sometimes will leave the church. To leave the Holy Church. Pursue their own goals, leaving for years at a time, only to return let's see, only to return to their home and continue their work as if nothing happened. Let's see. Questioned when questioned, most of the golems or say they were just walking. Yeah, golems are weird, and that's supposed to be the point with golems. Is like they view things from such an alien perspective that they don't really see. Like, yeah, they'll just leave. Oh man, cool. I'm a 7 foot tall fucking golem, literally trained to kill people. On the other hand, imagine one guy whose you've only known, he's never changed over like 10 years you've seen him. He keeps just flowering, like, keeps watering his garden, he'll fix it up every day, he's perfect. And just one day he just says, okay, I'm gonna leave now, and just leaves. You're like, what? Where are you going? I don't know. I'm just leaving. Okay, then he leaves. And then like 6 years later, he just pops back up and be like, okay, hi, I'm back. And be like, what do you fucking mean? You were gone for 8 years. You can't just come back. You're like, but I am back. No, where'd you go? I took a walk. What do you mean you took a walk? Hello, Shelving. Hello, Kalu. What do you... What do you fucking mean you just showed back up? Yeah, don't worry about it. Like, that is how golems act. That is how golems if you are playing a golem, you should feel as though you are you're supposed to be a little weird. You're very direct with things. A golem might be like 5 years old when they're made. You might be like 2 years old. You did not exist 2 years ago. The church has made you. You got an education. You have a relic. Be like, okay, I guess you're here now. But imagine having a complete fast track on your entire life of how to actually deal with people. And that should be like one of the things of like being a golem is like, yeah, no, do you know how to speak and read Latin? Yeah, because that was probably your first language. How goes it? Doing well. We're writing lore because we love writing lore. Lore is fun and exciting. It's really not. We're doing, honest to God, we're doing pretty good. Like we've got a lot of just lore we're writing. And that's really all that it is, just writing shit. Ugh. Ow. Yeah, no, I did, my throat's still not perfect. I think I ate something I wasn't supposed to, and my throat's a little chopped up. But that's half the fun, right? I was actually watching when you were writing VODs. Yeah, I would really love to believe that I'm a like nice and productive soul and I get things done, but things never do, and I feel sad. I don't like writing lore. Like that's the secret. I don't actually like writing lore. I find it very boring. It's not my thing. Like, lore is there to be, like, a service, but this is a very important thing, so it's like, okay, like, we can do, all we need to do is take this and go it over here, like, okay, like, that's all that it is at this point, like, we gotta make it as good as we can. People are posting weird things. Wow. People are posting cringe. It's always funny anytime I look at Discord. I just feel sad. I'm like, oh no, what could be possibly going wrong here? Uh-oh. Playing lore sends those background stories naturally develops as opposed to be written into fruition. Yeah, that's the thing with me is like I know I need to write this lore just to establish everything. Like you gotta like here's the pitch, here's how we're gonna do it, this is how we're gonna do it, we can do this. If you don't have the lore, then it gets confusing, but writing it's a bitch. Because I know people are gonna be like, that's cool, and ignore it. But if you don't have it, it's worse. It's awesome. It's the worst shit ever. Please God, kill me. Wish to die. Oh, gee. I read the lore. Yeah, it's really funny though. It's like sometimes you'll read the lore and be like, I'm invested. I gotta figure out how this goes. Like I'm in. Other times I read lore in some games, I'm like, damn, that's real cool, as I like casually ignore. It's very funny because you can even tell, like some games or that the lore is just there to justify the existence of the game. And then you like read something completely insane. It's like one of the reasons why I have a deep affection for Dragon Age lore. Yes, Dragon Age lore, everyone. Dragon Age Origins is hysterical. Because you will be playing Dragon Age Origins and like it's dark fantasy shit, and you're like, damn, this shit's hardcore. Like, all right, let's do it. And then you'll read in like a little text blurb dump being like, yo, by the way, you know the evil Empire people? They got like flying fucking cities and stuff. You're like, what? What do you mean they have flying fucking cities at the Tevinter Imperium? Fuck you. What do you fucking mean? We're like 3 homeless guys trying to stop the end of the fucking world. And you're like, yeah, no, Tevinter's got literal, like, magic shit going on over here. And I like that, actually. I find that very fun, because you get a lot of lore that isn't really like, you don't see it, it's just there, and it's interesting because it lends more stuff going on. It's, one of my favorite characters from Dragon Age 2, because no one likes Dragon Age 2 except me. I love Dragon Age 2. Because Dragon Age 2 has Fenris. Fenris is hilarious, because he is literally a quirked up elf boy who's going sicko mode because all his tattoos are literally lyrium. Literally, he has a cancer drug tattooed on him by the super bad evil Empire guys. He's like, I fucking hate these guys. And he's an anime protagonist, and he is funnier than fuck. But I like the entire cast of Dragon Age 2. Shame Dragon Age 2 is just not a very good game. Like, that's the unfortunate reality of Dragon Age 2. It's just not very good. It's got multiple issues, but I still like it. Mostly because Meryl is in it, and I love Meryl. Like, even the presence of, like, blood magic is hysterical to me. Because blood magic is like, oh, like, here's the thing every wizard can do. You can supercharge yourself. By the way, you are also contacting literal super Satan. Like, by cutting your palm. Alright, like, that's cool, I'm in. Fuck it. Dragon Age 1 is pretty good. Dragon Age 1 is like Dragon Age 1 is like, the thing is, Dragon Age 1 is effectively a very classic CRPG. Very classic CRPG. A lot of fun things going on, a lot of fun characters. You're like, alright. Dragon Age 2 is a DLC for the first game, unfortunately, that they had to make a full game and it suffers for it, but I like every character because you get to see a lot more. Inquisition's got a lot of issues. That's where I think things kind of went off the crazy train. Really a lot, actually. Like, a lot. The thing is, like, they showed them in Inquisition. The idea is there. I don't think Inquisition was very good. I've seen absolutely nothing I like about Veilguard, though. Literally nothing about Veilguard is like, oh boy, this seems fun. I'm like, no, abso-fucking-lutely not. And it's not even like, Veilguard's woke nonsense. No, it's not even that. Not even that. It's just the aesthetic that I love of Dragon Age Origins, and even to Dragon Age 2, is just gone now. It's just not the same look. Because all Dragon Age is a heavy metal album cover, the video game. All that it is. And it's great. That's all you really need to think about it. Veilguard is like this weird, like, punk rock album fantasy game. I'm like, maybe not. I'm like, nah, I'm good. You know, people seem to like it. Like, the people who play Veilguard say Veilguard is pretty interesting, and they like it. I can't get over the stupid hat lady, okay? Like, there's something about just, like, the bow looks weird. Like, the Quinari can never have anything nice ever happen to them. Like, the entirety of fucking Solus being wasted, apparently. They keep removing Morgan's boobs. Like, come on, guys, that's like your one fucking job. And it's not even like, oh, he's black, you don't like it because... No, that's the worst part. It's not even that. I don't care. It's the fact that everyone looks like it's from a completely... This one. Her stupid fucking hat. I can't get over it. It's things like that. I'm like, nah. You look like you are part of a completely different franchise at this point. And I'm like, damn. Because, like, you see, like, Dragon Age Origin. Like, there's a look to this game. Like, it looks old. Don't get me wrong. This game is not, it shows its age sometimes. But it's got a look. It knows what it wants to be. And I'm okay with that. Later, I don't know. They lost, I think they lost the, they lost the plot a little. Hellsing Castlevania game. Yes, we're writing lore. Nobody actually plays video games like Veilguards. People say it's good things are common IGN suspect. Like, the thing is, I've heard people play it. People have talked about playing the game, and they say, the game is fine. Unfortunately, there's a story. And I'm like, oh. The best thing there's one review I saw, and it made a lot of sense to me, is like, if you look at this as a Dragon Age game, you're going to hate it. If you look at it as its own independent thing, it's fine. It plays a little janky, but it's fine. It is its own thing. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense. On the other hand, it has Dragon Age at the front. That hurts me. That's why I have zero faith in the next Mass Effect game. Which, by the way, Mass Effect Legendary Edition is on sale. All I'm saying, would you guys want me to go through Mass Effect? Because I fucking love Mass Effect. I don't play games multiple times. I don't. I have beaten Mass Effect 4 times. I fucking love Mass Effect. I am the Batarian guy. I fucking love Batarians, by the way. Fun fact. Fun fact about your boy Notepad. You're looking at the one guy who likes Batarians. Because Batarians are hysterically evil. And that is why I love Batarians. Because they are all fucking evil. Like... And it's funny, because you look at like, oh man, Batarians are like... universally evil. You love killing them because anytime a Batarian shows up, he literally will monologue about how evil he is. You hear the rock and roll soundtrack and you could just be racist toward them and everyone agrees. But I really like Batarians as well as like characters because you could have actually some interesting conversations with them. And one of my favorite fucking characters in Mass Effect 3, yes, in Mass Effect 3, is an unnamed Batarian preacher. Because on the Citadel, there's a Batarian, and you can talk to him a lot. And I thought he was going to be a companion. I honestly thought so. You can talk to him a lot, and he talks about Batarian culture. He talks about, like, yeah, we're kind of fucking evil. Like, we know that, but that's just what society is for us. And I'm like, I like this. You're a cool character. May I trade out my budget? May I trade out my budget gigantic ham sandwich man for you, please? No, damn. Like, Mass Effect. I will say this: like Mass Effect 3. Mass Effect 3 had some interesting companions. Unfortunately, I only used 2 of them because. There was no other reason to use anyone except Garrus, Tali, or Liara. Oh man, you want to use Ashley? No. Fucking hate Ashley. I'm like, no, go away. Do I want to use my platonic, my heterosexual life partner, Garrus? my wife Liara, who I was literally faithful the entire series. I'm like, Liara, my wife, and she's like, hi. Waifu, please. Or do I want to use Tali, because Tali had the ability to tap a button and kill everyone. That's the beautiful thing about Mass Effect 3, is like every companion's. What about Jade Empire? Never played Jade Empire. I kind of want to play Jade Empire on stream, though. Because it's a very specific game from a very specific time. And I think it would be funny to go over it, to play Jade Empire. I don't know whether to get it on Steam or GOG, though. Both are pretty valid. Also, wasn't the original Mass Effect? Yeah, it's if you want to get Mass Effect now, you buy Legendary Edition. Legendary Edition is literally $5 right now. It is a 92% discount. Jesus fuck, that is a 92% discount. I'm gonna add that to my cart. Yeah, I'm just gonna. Jesus, that's a 92% fucking discount. Fuck me. It's good. Sorry, everyone. I'm too busy fanboying about fucking Mass Effect. Because I fucking love Mass Effect. I play the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer a bit. I actually really. But I'm also a person who says that we should have a Volus companion, and if Mass Effect 4 lets me not play a human and lets me play anything else, I'd be happy. Unless it's dumb. Play the fuck out of it. Exactly. Play the only place to let me play a goddamn Krogan. Don't get the Cerberus DLC with that edition though. You had to pirate it. Yeah, but Cerberus DLC. Andromeda was dog shit. Andromeda was. Every time I look at Andromeda, I'm like, oh no. I like the idea of Andromeda works. The idea is good. It's just everything else about Andromeda is bad. It's very fascinating to me. Like it's very fascinating how much you can fuck up something that easy. It's truly a masterclass in what not to fucking do. Excuse me, I'm going to use the gentleman part. Oh! I fucking pre-ordered the special edition. Oof, 3 hours. It fell through the floor. Fucking delete this shit off my Xbox. Ow. It's, yeah, I would say out of all the Mass Effects, I would say 2 is my favorite. 2 does not have the great story. Mass Effect 2 does not have a great story. I will be the first one to say that. But I love Mass Effect 2 because every single companion in Mass Effect 2 I felt like I cared about. Yes, even Jacob. Yeah, fucking Jacob. I cared about him. The man who tells you to piss your pants to make yourself feel better. I cared about him. He was a dumbass, but he was a dumbass I could get behind. Like, every character in Mass Effect 2 I wanted to, like, bring along. He wasn't just like, here's, like, 2 people I always brought. It was like, everyone felt like they had a place on my team. I'm like, I like you all. You're all good people. Except you, Samara. Kind of weird. I still like you. Just don't look at me that way. Don't, or your daughter. Don't. Your daughter's also scary. Ugh. Ugh. Like Jack, like all that. I love it all. I love every character in Mass Effect 2. Then you can punch journalists out a lot. Let's see. So, mm, uh, calling them a separate anima type isn't quite correct. A more accurate term would modified anima type. Souls are not immediately possessed after death. Instead, they linger for a time in the body before finally escaping it. And joining the heavenly chorus. However, when the Holy Church deems it necessary, when the Holy Church deems it necessary, a body will be let's see, a process of reanimation will be. There are multiple types of undead present in the church. Each one embedded, each one carefully managed and looked over by witch hunters in the 12th section, with my witch hunters in the 12th section to make sure their mind remains intact. Each our memories of who they were are shuffled and muddled, leading to a more dour personality or muted vestiges of who they were can shine through, but often only in brief flickers. But often only in among the church, creation of undead is still heavily debated and contested. Popes throughout history have rescinded the ban, or have put on more restrictions to how, when, and why someone may be raised. The truth is that their service is rarely ever complete. They will being torn. Let's see, fighting with a fury unseen by those who fear death. Well, then against it. Raising a subject twice or more leads to more. Let's see. More instances of the dissociated with one another. At what point does at what point does the soul stop and the husk remain? Oops, theological nightmare. Okay. Well, I haven't played. I like Blasto. I liked Front. Front was fun. Blasto, the Hanar Spectre. Oh my god, you're Blasto? Awesome. So, I'm trying to think. What would be some non-playable anima types? What would be creatures that are like accepted by the church as being like, you're fine, but you can't play as them? What would you call it? Like what are people thinking? You are human enough that you're fine and you can integrate into society fine enough. However, you just don't. Something is up that you aren't playable right now, but you might be playable later. Like, how would you word it? Doppelgangers. Doppelganger. Because in Belmont mode, I do plan on you being able to play like a witch. Like, why is you can't play a witch normally? Because all a witch is someone with demonic blood. You can play a witch in Belmont mode because they don't give a shit. But I'm like, okay, what would be other beings that would be okay? It's Smurg? Simurg? Sounds like a slur of some variety. Simurg. Let's think. You know what we can do? We can ask the consortium. Dun 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 dun. Here. Okay, let's think. How do we want to word this? Hello. What are some good supernatural individual, a supernatural creature that would fit nicely in a urban fantasy setting, a la Hellsing. We can just ask the consortium of fairies, trolls, goblins. See, technically, here's the thing. Technically, they are already in. They are not considered that, though. They are considered fae. That's one of the things. The church does not like them because they're fucking fae. the church's perspective on like the Fae are less like we fucking hate you and more like you cause just problems. Please stop causing problems. Because they can come to church. You know, like the best way to think about it is imagine the fucking Goblin King, you know, David Bowie showing up with like 3 to 5 of his closest goblin friends being like, hey everybody, I'm here for church. Being like, why are you gyrating? Stop. Stop gyrating. We are at church. Being like, you don't understand. This is what I do. I am a fairy. Being like, fuck. Like, you stop doing that right now. Please. I am begging you. Insect people. Yeah, we've got espers. Espers is technically we got espers. That's a good one. Okay, here's a question. Here's a question for all of you unfortunate souls here. When I say dragon, when I say the word dragon, do you associate it with like demons, fae, Nephilim, or something like that? Or would you consider it its own thing? Like if I say dragon, this is a dragon, what do you do here? What does that mean? A toil. The fuck's a toil? Undead infant. Technically, we have undead already. Dragons are a force of nature or luck. Not call them demonic. Children of Leviathan. Yeah, it's one of those things like, would you consider like a dragon one? Because that's one of those things, because like you can look at things very differently with dragons, and that's one of those interesting things. Like dwarves I would put under fae. They are from the fairy realms. And like does that mean they're hostile? No. That's the thing. You can encounter a dwarf that doesn't want to fuck with you. On the other hand, that dwarf is like, you are clearly fae. You want to come to church? Yeah. What do you... Stop trying to fix the goddamn door. We know it's squeaky. We fucking know it. Stop trying to fix it. Stop it right now. I see the little hammer. Stop it. Stop it, you little fucker. God damn it. Dragons would be more akin to a threat level than actual literal demon tearing. Because, like, again, with dragons, you can picture them more in, like, the biblical sense. If you do them biblical, they are definitely demons. But if you go for more, like, I wouldn't say, quote, historical, but if you go for more, like, different perspectives on things... then they are more like that kind of that force of nature aspect. They are a child of Leviathan. Like, they ain't demons. We know that fucking much. We don't know what the fuck a dragon is. We know that they are dangerous. Yeah, it's like, do we want European dragons or do we want Asian dragons? Like, both of them make a lot of sense. Like, yeah, here's a dragon. We keep associating you with demons because you kind of burnt down a lot of things. We know you're not. However, Tritons, mermaids, fish people. Fun fact, they would literally be Therians. They would be Pisces Therians. Like, yeah, there are mermaids. Mermaids just exist. They're Therians, though. Half the mermaids you meet are... are cute, are like, look at me, I'm a siren lady. Hello, how are you? The other half are Innsmouth people. Skinwalkers and changelings. I guess we could do like doppelgangers. Like a doppelganger isn't inherently evil. They're just like something like that being a completely different thing. Yeah, kind of like the Force of Nature dragon. I'm okay with it. We can make that work. Force of Nature with skinwalkers. Skinwalkers, I can probably fold those under doppelgangers. Like, inherently, doppelgangers are not mean. They're not scary. They aren't going to do anything evil. Inherently speaking. The problem is, doppelgangers have a very bad tendency of being fucking evil. Because of what they are. It's very easy for them to be. On the other hand, that's just something that just materializes over time. They mimic. That's all they do. Kind of with the idea like the Cimmerian, like, yeah, there are like historical monsters and stuff that do exist. They aren't bad. They're just weird. Like shapeshifters, fae. We already have fae. Empath, fishmen, gnomes, brownies, sirens, minotaur. Minotaur. You want to be a minotaur? You can play a minotaur already as a Therian. That's the secret. You want to play a minotaur? You play a Therian. Fallen Angel. We already have Nephilim, technically. We don't deal with that. Nephilim are spooky. Okay. We can deal with this. I think we can. Okay, we can deal with these. Okay. Oh. So these are not the only categorized let's see, animatype. These are not the only categorized animatype. Throughout history, there have been records of different creatures who have either come into contact with church, come into contact with the Holy Church, or have pledged service to it at one time. At one time, doppelgangers are common enough through the world, as a deviant, as a mutations of Therians, who mimic people for good or ill reasons. Various mythical monsters that still linger around are categorized under various animatypes to indicate that they are dangerous, but not inherently hostile. Espers, or those with unique talents. Unique talents are usually taken as saints of some variety, though many are still wandering about, with the ability of the sight without formal training. Though dragons are still a frequent, few dragons few dragons still wander the world, these children Leviathan. These children of Leviathan. Even with Archbishop, what would be let's see, really old Roman names. Give me some old Rose. Give me some ancient Mary. Yeah. Let's see. We want some. Even with Archbishop Tullus in and managing his horde flock, his flock horde. All right. Yeah. No. Yeah, there's just a dragon who runs a church down south in France. Why? Because he views literally the entirety of the church as his personal horde. Yeah. We don't deal with him very much. Yeah, one time in like 1850, a flying saucer came down and said, "God bless," and made a sign of the cross and fucked off. We never heard or seen of again. Octavius. Yeah, just tell they're like, yeah, there's just a dragon who just runs a church, and like, yeah, no, he just kind of exists. Like, we don't really think about him too much. Tullius, it's Tullius. Yeah, Tullus. Yeah, right here. Yeah, it is actually Tullus. In fact, Tullius is up here. We have the extremely rare fucked up version of it. Not Tullius, Tullus. We've got the vaguely fucked up version because he's a stupid dragon who thinks he's a Roman. Like, haha, I'm a dragon. Let's talk about angels. All right, everybody, let's talk about angels. Okay, so referring to the faith. Let's see, the faith. Officially categorizes angels as something else, as something other than an anima type. There are multiple recorded instances of communication. Communication with an angel. Communication with an angel, the most frequent two are Wormwood and the Angel's Cross. Wormwood, let's see. Nation with other than something other than an anima type. Angels are manifestations of something. Theologically speaking, it's nearly impossible. It's nearly impossible to categorize an angel as anything other than of divinity manifest. Divinity manifest. They never appear for long. Often only a few scant words before wandering into a crowd or disappearing sight. They are when they do appear, they are in an idealized, perfected human form. Too perfect. Too perfect. They often they have a androgynous or exaggerated appearance almost mimicking what they believe a quote human quote they believe a human is. Everything about them is a bit off in a way. Too symmetric, too lithe, too tall, too something that gives them away, but never has them quite stand out enough to draw the eye. When they do communicate it's often in cryptic symbology. It's often in cryptic wording or casual conversation about nothing important, seemingly. Every angel's every angel talks about things that make vague sense for them. The few times Michael has materialized in the past 2 centuries. Let's see. Michael has materialized past 2 centuries. Let's see. Archangel Michael. If we actually do Archangel, spiritual world, leave it angelic realm. Wars going on, or peace talks between others. Though they have been known to church. They have been known to raid church pantries for sweets. The only two active communication with the Holy Church, and humanity as a whole, are our wormwood, and the angel cross. Wormwood, actually, or angel worm. Wormwood is far from a stereotypical angel, usually dressed in road leathers and patches from a dozen different people, dozen different groups. They are dozen different groups. Wormwood is a traveler, a vagabond who meanders around the barren places of the world. And enjoys the vices of the day. Often found smoking a unmarked pack of cigarettes. They don't have the good ones back home. Let's see. Smoking an unmarked pack of cigarettes, often on a motorcycle from no known retailer. Often fun smoking an unmarked pack of cigarettes on a motorcycle from a no known retailer. Happenings, apocalyptic happenings, and a slight obsession with various musical fads. Though they are also known to play the trumpet as they approach. Though they are also what would be what's I could see them just being able to change their form, but another part of me is like, yeah, there's just like underground, there's just a gigantic fucking dragon who's like, hello, I am your priest. Like, yay. Yay, our priest. All I'm saying is, I think you would go to church a lot more often if a fucking dragon showed up. Like, that's kind of the joke. Is like, yeah, I think I want to go to church more often. Why? Because there's a fucking dragon here. Like, yeah, my priest is quite literally a goddamn dragon. Yeah, fuck you. I'm going to church more often. Yeah. They have Herald. Trumpet as they approach. One of two on their person. The other being a God, no, it's a color. It's kind of off-white. God, what's almost like porcelain. Like, it's kind of the idea, like, yeah, Wormwood's got two trumpets. One he actually plays when he's bored. The other one is like, yeah, no, I played this. This is the heralding the end of the world. Like, he just keeps that on his person because, yeah, no shit, I want to play the trumpet to end the world. That's the point. Saying pearl and having it glimmer. Actually, no. The Angel Cross is a relic currently in the hand, currently bonded to what's her name? Annabella Rose. Mm. To Anna Belrose, teen, currently bonded to Anna Belrose. Currently bonded to Anna Belrose. Allow a training. Actually, what would be a nun in training? What do you call them? Novice. A mm, 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 mm. Okay, let's see. Belrose is technically a member of the burial agency. Though Cross is the actual member of is the actual member. Cross when they do speak. Mm, often speaks with often speaks with a calming clarity of the situation. Being an angel, they have a sense of let's see, being an angel, they have a sense of distance to many, though they clearly care about humanity. They clearly care about humanity as they are known to attempt to find the most peaceful solution to most problems asked about. Belrose has a vague understanding with Cross. Often she is seen sleep talking to Cross. Often seen sleep talking. Mm, 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 mm. The previous wielder of the Ra. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, so like, congratulations. This 15-year-old girl is literally the only way. Yeah, this 15-year-old girl can actually talk to an angel. Not often, though. Early. Bingo. The shimmer. Yeah, it's kind of Wormwood is effectively the angel that will usher in the end times. That's the idea. El Shaddai, Ascension of. Let's talk about God. God. Angels are known to talk about it. How would you? What's the? Anytime we mention God, we just have to make it a different font. Talk about God. Reverence and equal parts apathy. Then other. Let's see. To get them to talk about God in any other way than detached. Bemusement. Let's see. What would be element? Show me some. Give me some angel name. Hit me with those angels. We got a name. What would? Hello, Metatron. Ariel. Yeah, good old Muriel, Muriel, administration, patron of travelers. Literally just kind of fucking with people, being like, yeah, no, that's what I do. Orphans, let's think Ramiel. Araziel. Keeper of Secrets, Satan, technically. Sariel. Prayer and worship. Into some Getting some of the real specific ones. Book of Enoch. Penny. Or one of the few angels known to speak in languages others stand, though. That was the thought that counts. Mm, mm. What information? Actually, what? Mm, 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 that's what information that the Holy Church could get out of them was about God. Them about God was that God exists and God does things. Most of. Mm, 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 mm. Anything else was mixed. Anything else was mixed with vague hand movements and nodding. Like, yeah, we. Platonic solid. Yeah. Hey, Muriel, Muriel, we need information. We need to learn about what does God, is God real? Yeah? Okay, what does he do? Well, not he, but they do things. What does that mean? They do things that they would do. What does that mean? That is literally it. We know that it's real. We don't really know what the fuck it is, though. Everyone's like, yeah, no, we're kind of winging it a little bit. Like, part of me do I put this in or do I not put it in? See, part of me is like the idea of like, yeah, they just don't talk about it. All that we know is that something exists. Anything else beyond that is definitely there. We don't want to think about it. Another part of me is like, we literally just say, we asked about it, they don't say anything. Because they're fucking weird angels. Serious things. Have you heard that before? Like, that's kind of the idea, is like, we can either go like, they clearly confirm it, but they're very like, how do you explain something like this? You just don't. It's mysterious things. What does that mean? Mysterious things. Wormhorde said once, I'll explain what God does to you in the same way that you would explain nuclear physics to an ant. That would be kind of like these, like, the thing is, like, I have a very specific, like, idea of how I would always view it, and it's from a game that probably not another a very specific game called El Shaddai Ascension of the Metatron. El Shaddai Ascension of the Metatron is one of the most bizarre games you will ever encounter in this beautiful world of ours. Yeah, this is, let me bring it up. This is Enoch. Yeah, so battle genes are important. That is his sword. And let me see if I can find technically it's Lucifer. Yeah, this is Lucifer, by the way. This was before he fell. And one of the things that Lucifer always does is that you always find him on his phone talking to God. Like, that's just the thing. He talks to him very casually. He's like, yeah, no, yeah, I can do that. No, that's fine. Click. Yeah, no, that's what happens. Like, what do you fucking mean? Yeah. Don't think about it too hard. Yeah, these are also the Nephilim. They made El Shaddai, Ascension of the Metatron, is a fucking weird game, by the way. It is a very strange game. Something that can only exist in a very certain time. Yeah, stupid sexy Lucifer. What are you doing here? Yeah, it'd be like, yeah, it's like, how do you explain what God does? You don't. Like, that's the joke almost. It's like, no, you don't. Like, there was another part of me being like, yeah, they speak about it, but actually, no. Let's see. Actually, we can do. What is thought that counts? Mm. Mm. Interview was that God did. And all that was discovered after the 8-hour interview was that God did things for reasons. mm. 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 Explain to me why your body exists. Like, that's a confusing question to them. Okay, what is God? That doesn't make any fucking sense. That's effectively what you're asking. If someone asked you, explain to me why your body exists, you'd be like, that what? What does that even fucking mean? It's like just such a non-question to them. Mm, 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 mm. Bemused non-answers. Yeah, I can't tell you what the big G does. I can tell you that whenever the time comes, the things they'll do won't be pretty. We'll be researching it. Will they answer what God is not? Yeah, it's just like, again, how do you explain what it is and isn't? It's just, yes. So that's the thing. It's like it's a 5th century theological debate, and they're like, yeah, we don't really have a good answer for that because we can't answer it. Mm. 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 Ever been in a band? Kind of like that, except every instrument has to be played at once and it works. Like, what does that mean? Yeah, it's like being in a band. Like, that's what it is. Thanks, Wormwood. That's real. No. Fuck you, Wormwood. Like, that's not helping us. You are not helping, Wormwood. You are being weird and. Okay, so let's see. We've got. All right, let's keep writing, everybody. This is what we do best. Let's do this. We've been streaming for 4 hours now. I reiterate, you lack the ability to understand the metaphysics to comprehend the stupidity of the question you asked. Actually, here you go. There we go. Reviews not. Can you explain to me how nuclear physics works in Babylonian? Now do it backwards. Like it's just like what? What do you fucking mean? Yeah, it's like that. Like what are you fucking talking about? This is not an answer. This is not an answer. You're just being a dick, Wormwood. I'm like, yeah, I know. I don't care. I'm fucking Wormwood. I can do whatever the fuck I feel like. I fucking love you guys. Stop asking dumb questions and ask me what my thought on REM is. Losing My Religion. Great song. Oh god. Ah. All right, let's keep going. All right, let's go. So, abomination. So, let's see. Concerns to deal with the protection of the flock. Those who of the flock. Anyone of any anima type. The flock and deserves the protection of the Holy Church, and deserves the protection of the Holy Church. Many who stray from the church, are still considered part of the flock. Are still considered part of the flock, of course. It is the response. Into right upon it. Now they which is to say with extreme prejudice. Which is to say with extreme prejudice. There are countless people. Let's see. Being vigilant about the works of evil. Abominations are beings created. Ritualistic black magic to resurrect the dead, often without a soul. Unlike the undead who unlike the undead whom the church will employ, abomination soul or moral or mind do not possess a soul or mind that can operate clearly. They act on pure homicidal instinct. A homicidal instinct to continue to murder and maim, or are in direct servitude to a necromancer. witch who has raised them from the dead. Best way, burning the body, or condemning the spirit. Burning the body, burning the body is often the only way to truly destroy an abomination, requiring, though dismemberment and destruction does help destroying the though dismemberment does help destroying the source of resurrection process. Action process can prevent it from happening again. Dark Mechanica are beings made of artificial beings without a proper soul. Without a proper soul embedded into them. Often dark mechanica operate are malign intelligences that seek to perpetuate its own existence by mass reduction. Those who build these wicked creations do so under let's see, those who build these wicked creations do so under technically, you can play evil toys in this game. Like you can technically play demonic toys. Let's see, demonic toys versus, yeah. You if you want to, you can technically play Dollman versus demonic toys. Like, if you have no fear, I want to play Dollman. What's Dollman doing? Yeah. Well, actually, wouldn't even be Dollman. It would be God, what was it? Evil Toys. It was Puppet Master. Yeah, you can technically play Puppet Master in here too, by the way. So, hey, you wanna play Puppet Master? Except you're a bunch of good Christian boys kick the shit out of evil puppets. Yeah, you can do that. Nothing is stopping you from playing Puppet Master. Because fuck you, I can. With March of Technology. More sophisticated. Or some. Analog girl with digital button. Analog girl with digital button. Small soldiers. I am Archer, preacher of the gods. Yes, you can't. If you want to do that, nothing is stopping you, by the way, of playing like small soldiers. Like, oh man, this is so great. Oh fuck, we're being attacked. Shit, what do we do? Small soldiers, except you're trying to be a good person. And it's very difficult. God, small soldier. Good time. Bill Groganite. Oh yeah, this is that new one. They made this. This was the new. But yeah, no, if you just want to play that out, yeah, you can. I realize that you can make Cruciform do a lot of weird things. That I wasn't really intending on. But hey, if it works, it works. Now, here's a question for formatting's sake. Do I put demons last? Because demons are weird. And I want to iterate that demons are fucking weird. Yet new small soldiers? Apparently, yeah. I saw that. I don't know if it's official, but it might be. But do I put demons last in this list? To highlight, like, yeah, demons are fucking weird because they are literally reality parasites? Or do we put them here and just follow the list down and then, you know, just kind of like reiterate it later kind of thing? Like, yes, this works. I don't think I really need to talk about Wicked. I think we could drop Wicked Man. Oh, God. That's a... Yeah, they should be last. Yeah, we can... We'll talk about it. Throughout or fairy beings. The Fae are a tumultuous. Let's see. The Fae are a tumultuous group of supernatural beings that reside primarily in Fae realm. Reside primarily in the Fae realm, a alter Earth that is via a gateway. Let's see, a pocket reality inside a pocket reality. A pocket reality inside of soul space that one can visit via gateway. Pocket realities. But these pocket realities are built around the king and queen fae. Are built around the king and queen fae of the realm. There are seemingly infinite number of these Fae realms. Fae realms and the kings and queens. Infinite number of these Fae realms alongside kings and queens who belong to the Seelie or Unseelie courts in Europe or their own vast directional nightmares elsewhere. The courts fight one another. The courts will fight one another over perceived slights and march to war as two pocket realities clash in open warfare with. This doesn't stop various Fae beings from infiltrating the real world to fund the war effort, or to or to justify the war effort, or because they feel like it. Why are you here? Because we're at war. With who? Another fairy. Why? Because we feel like it. Damn it. Like, fairies are just annoying. Okay, so let's see. We've got, let's see. Then we have to... Let's do outsiders. Outsiders are those... See, outsiders are those who dwell in the soul space. Who dwell in the soul space. It's between places. Let's see. Outsiders are those who dwell in soul space. Between places in the ring. All is contained and nothing exists. Whenever a breach occurred, outsiders tend to worm their way into the real space, and begin attempting to find a host. Without a host, their non-Euclidean sense of being simply stops working. And they begin to fade. And they begin to fade away. Often causing another breach. If an outsider is able to find a host, the two merge together to create a hybrid being, that allows that shares the property of both. Seemingly teleport or let's see, most serial killers seemingly teleport or aliens attempting to probe others are outsiders living in their own perpetual delusion of what's actually occurring. Yeah, kind of the idea of an outsider is they do not understand what's going on. That's not the point. Hey, I like soul space. Fuck you. Because we obviously have to have a tinge of yick in it. Yeah, it's a soul space. It's the place between places. The ring of where everything is and nothing exists. Hey, I wrote that in Soul Survivors. I'm here. I'm yicking out, and I can do what I want. I'm real out. I'm the protagonist of Yick. I can do what I feel like. Because the idea of like an outsider is they don't quite obey any like logic. Like, you want to fight a Hound of Tindalos, you're fighting an outsider. Oh, hey, we're fighting something that literally can teleport between spaces. This is a problem. How do we deal with this? Like, this is kind of scary. Like, these are beings who don't exist in real space. And it's just an outsider who possessed a dog. On the other hand, one of the examples I give of a outsider actually is Michael Myers. Yes. Do you want to make a serial killer, like a slasher villain? You can make them an outsider, so they can actually teleport. Yeah. If you want to make a teleporting serial killer, you make them an outsider. They're just a person who's been possessed by an outsider / merged with them, and now they're just like an amoral psychopath killing machine. Why? Because, well, I've always been a serial killer, but now I'm embodying the idea of being a serial killer. Because, hey, what do serial killers do? Seemingly teleport around and harass teenagers. Yeah, okay. Cool, fight Michael Myers now. Hey, fight Jason Voorhees. He's not human. He ain't anything. He's just pure fucking evil. Okay, so from what's actually occurring, paranatural, so we don't need to deal with outsiders anymore. Okay, so we're going to do Nephilim, demons, witch, paranatural, wicked men. We'll merge these two together technically because that's kind of the idea. Okay, so the Nephilim. The Nephilim are angels. Or angels in the most... Unlike angels themselves, they don't have that sense of affection about them. Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. Nephilim are disturbing. They are disturbing. Creating a drastic, uncanny valley. Uncanny valley that let's midnight. We want to go to. Tell me more about Archons. Okay, mortal soul. So we want to do. Where is the Nephilim idea? Nephilim. Remember the chosen of Nephilim. Where is your? I did not give you two. Let's see. This guy's made to hideaway. Create the false garden. Effectively creating a new world under their dominion. Creating a new world under their dominion. Most Nephilim. Though who will be leading this new world? This new world is never debated, and leads to infighting almost immediately. Not to worry about the Nephilim anymore. So now we've got okay, we're going to talk about demon. How do we want to do that? We go demons. Half of the paragraph is about demons. The other half is about witches. So demon, witch, then we talk about paranormal. Okay. Okay, so demons are the let's see, only creatures made of taint. Taint infects the world, and taint infects the world, rendering all that is good, rendering everything a malign. Infects the world, rendering everything it touches a malign and twisted version of it. When demons by themselves are weak, pathetically, being able to be killed with just about anything and sent back to soul space. And sent back to hell. However, demons are parasites. Demons infect people who want something. Slowly taking over the body, the mind, and finally devouring the soul. Until nothing is left except the demon. In which case it will attempt to hop to another body, or feed its more base desires inside have. A fully mature demons who are able to hop to a few bodies, or feed their current one, enough, may fully manifest themselves. Twisted beings of flesh and twisted beings of Sarah and hate, who want nothing more. Kill others and dismember anything else. Though demons are still parasitic creatures of passion. They'll take concubines, and others who would love to engage, victim to their taint or their natural allure. The spawn of these unions, either from the human host of such self, demon itself, are the spawn of these unions are witches. Witches are called witches. A witch, these demon-blooded creatures may never know they are. They're the spawn of demon devils. These demon-blooded creatures, living their life as any normal person would. But there's always a hint of malice behind things they do. Sociopathic traits develop early. gain the sight at an early age and take to magic easily. Take to magic easily. As they grow up, they will. Let's see. As they grow up, they will develop stronger ties to their demonic lineage, and express that power readily. The more they also spread a lot. Which bloodlines are extensive. Often prompting misdirection to the innocent or attempting to integrate as modern citizens. The Antichrist will be descended from a witch. The Antichrist will be descended from a witch. Like, that's all we need to know. Like, hey, why don't we like these guys? They're fucking Antichrist. Oh god. 5.5 hours. Let's fucking go. We got 2 fucking viewers now. The numbers keep dropping, but I'm doing my best here, folks. Oh, gee. Oh, jeez, Rick. Oh, gee. Okay, so let's see. The Antichrist sent from a witch. Who or where? Well, send from a witch. Who, where, and how? And who, where, and how? Knows. Yeah, technically there are witches who join the church. However, you can't play as any of them because they're all fucking evil. Like, hey, we're not supposed to like them, but you can just fight Dante from Devil May Cry if you really want. That adjudicators must face are the wicked men. Oh, the wicked men of the wicked men of the flawed is the nature of mankind and the paranatural Flawed is the nature of mankind and hypernaturals around them, being a there is no the inhumanity of the self is no more evident in the vast amount of horrible of horrible things that occur daily. Or daily. Not every monster is one descended from demons or demons or beings from sunlight being outside of reality. Often the intricate warp not by taint or possession, but the boundless sin that inhabits hearts of men and that's the hearts of many. Let's see. But the boundless sin that inhabits the hearts of many, and even those who claim to be nobles fall from the path. Fall from the path. One threatens. No. Alright. Cool. We did it. We have, Alright. That's all the lore. Just have the parishes. I think that's a good amount of, Okay. I think that's a good amount. We can do the parishes. Alright. So, I'm going to call it there. We wrote a lot today. My throat hurt. I'm going to go eat food, maybe. As your boy Notepad is a little hungry after speaking for 4.5 hours and writing a bunch of lore. So, as I say, I am away. Godspeed, good luck, and have a wonderful rest of your day. We will probably stream something tomorrow. I do not have Pathfinder tomorrow, but we will probably do something. What? I do not know yet. Play it by ear like we usually do.